Hello, hello. Happy Friday. I had no better ideas for today's stream, so we're doing more Pyanodons. We were making good progress yesterday, and I kind of just want to keep working on it, so that's what we're going to do. So yesterday, speaking of yesterday's good progress, we got through pretty much all of our to-do list up through Artificial Blood. So that, Artificial Blood is still waiting on a couple of other things to buffer, but once it does, we will start to have that available down here. That's this small build. The main thing that we are still waiting for is the cobalt extract. And if we go up here and look at that, cobalt extract is buffered to, about 3/4 of a train load, so... And cobalt extract is blocked on cyanic acid, and cyanic acid is a... Let's see if I can find cyanic acid. Not that one. That's Decalin. Where did I put cyanic acid? Right here. Cyanic acid is, I guess, blocked on coal right now, actually. I was expecting urea to be the limiting factor here, but it looks like it's coal. So, we might need to put more coal on rails. Like, our current coal build is pretty minimal, and I could absolutely grab, one of these patches of raw coal and get a fairly large coal crushing operation going on at this point. And maybe we should do that, is just make a significantly more advanced raw coal build. But the other thing that we can look at is, before we do that, we need to deal with ash. Because we've got this, this is the ash dump for our rail depot. So when this fills up, we will have problems. So we need to get some, basic ash processing going. We do use a little bit of ash right now, just for making fertilizer. In here somewhere, yeah. But this is not gonna pull enough ash from the whole system, especially when we don't have the other ingredients that we need. So, that... Oh, this doesn't have its modules. I need to go fix that. I'm going to do that right now before I forget. And then we can go ahead and get going on the actual... Is it over here? Yeah. And then we'll figure out what we want to do for an actual ash sink. Then we can try to get more coal onto the system. And we'll keep going from there. I'm just fixing this now while I'm thinking about it, otherwise... Okay. Otherwise, I will forget. So that is that little corner fixed. Train is stuck. Where? Oh, it's not stuck anymore. Okay. Cool. So, yeah, the next thing to work on is ash processing. And I think right now, my inclination is to just turn ash into silver. We don't have really that much silver being made right now. I'm making a little bit off the main base, but we're only going to need a trickle of it in the short term. So just doing the same build on the rail base, I think, is fine. So if we go ahead and look at silver bars from soot and soot from ash separation, and we're going to bring in, we want to bring in ash at, we'll just scale it for a belt. Actually, we'll scale it for 2 belts. And then we're also going to have coal dust and iron oxide, both of which we can push back into the system, because we do have uses for both of those. So yeah, this is the build. Just 4 solid separators hooked up to rails, nice and simple. 1 input, 3 outputs, nothing crazy. And then once we've got this going, and this will compress, 30 ash a second down into whatever we've got here, 1.1 2/3 items a second. But also remember that ash stacks a lot more than these other things, so, I will eventually have to figure out an iron oxide sink on rails. Coal dust we already have a use for, so shouldn't be too hard to get that going. So let's head... Actually, do I have what I need to just make the solid separators? No, of course not. So yeah, let's head back up to the mall. Let's grab what we're going to need for a few train stations and such, and then we will get that quick little ash processing setup going. And that's just going to, run in the background and keep building up some silver plates here and there for a while. And that will, they'll be available when we need them. Alright, so what do I need here? I need solid separators. Is it 3 of them? No, 4 of them. And I think that's it, outside of just the normal inventory restocking that the bots will do for me. Yeah, this is a pretty simple, small build, so I'm not too worried about trying to grab too much other stuff for it. I will grab by hand some more rails, because rails are often an issue. And belts look fine. Underground belts look fine. Inserters are okay. I mean, I could use a few more inserters, but power poles are okay. So yeah, I think I'm just waiting for those 2... just waiting for those 2 more solid separators to make their way to me. That one's coming down, that one's going to charge. Okay. Drop yourself off, and if I come up here to where the other one is charging, it'll drop it off at me pretty much as soon as it can. Alright, there we go. Where do I want to build this? This is going to be a very small build, and it's just a little bit of ash processing. I could do it pretty much anywhere. I could do it right off of this. It's actually going to take up more than a little... Hell, because it has multiple products, it's going to have several stations, so I do need to plan for that. Here could work. This is just, I've got stuff coming through here that's like legacy pre-rail infrastructure, and I don't want to mess with it. Is why I'm avoiding building anything here. I could build it off to the side, maybe right here, although that might hit the tin ore mine. The other option... I mean, I could do it above instead, right here. Or actually, I could do it right over here somewhere. I've got space over here. Let's do that. All right. So we're going to need, because we have actually 4 stations for this, even though it's just like 4 buildings, we're going to need quite a bit of space up here. We're going to need solid drop-off. We're going to need three solid pickups. Yeah. Ooh, what are we missing? Oh, station. I didn't double check that I had enough stations. Oh, and of course we also need one of those, yeah. Let's build some more of those just so I have them. Alright, so on the drop-off side here, this needs to be redone. Because this is going to be... I want to do this with orange inserters. Actually, let me just copy and paste that from somewhere else. That'll be easier. I come over here to where I've got like the stone mine. Yeah, this is the pickup station we want to copy. No, this is a pickup. I want a drop-off station. The equivalent drop-off station is up here. I haven't blueprinted these yet because I'm not sure if the design is, like, really final. But yeah, this is what we want. That'll give us 2 belts out and lots of bandwidth. Yep, okay. And then if we come up here, we're going to have 3 solid separators. There. There. Each of these is just going to do ash separation. And... oh, these are going to be double stacked belts, actually. I didn't even think about that. So we actually have enough stuff here to do double this. Because I put the stack inserters here, and I did that on purpose, because... yeah, I didn't fully think that through. I forgot that I was going to be using stacked belts here. So we actually have 30 a second, well, like... yeah, 30 a second onto 1 belt is 3 of these. Okay, so we'll just do 1 for now then. And we'll have the option here to add a second output belt later. Yeah. And then each of these guys has, like... 5 inserters in. Ash. 120 stacks. I'm going to make this the low priority input so that if we ever have anything that actually uses ash, this won't suck all the ash out of it. But that is a future problem. Okay. Now, here we're going to have... Why is this not... I just was kind of contemplating my life here. And we really need one more solid separator, don't we? Apparently this 0.018 a second of ash, just like it's lost in the rounding here. Because each of these can only take 10 a second. And we have this, 0.03 a second. So we should have... I mean, I guess it's like 6.0001 or something like that. Alright. And honestly, that's fine if we can't quite do a whole belt. 0.75 items a second is what comes out of this. So that is one yellow inserter. Cannot... Ooh, why are you broken? All right. So, output here, we're gonna drop these as well. Okay. So half of this goes to, this will be the soot on the output here, which will go into actually being processed. Then this comes right through here and will be processed into, let's see, coal dust and iron oxide. That's 1.5 coal dust and some amount of iron oxide, which is very small. So that'll be coal dust, that'll be iron oxide. Okay. Oh, and all of these need to be marked as high priority pickups because they are all, by definition, byproducts. And power here. Okay. So then this one comes up here to one more machine, which is going to make the silver bars. This can pull in, I mean, up to 2.5 a second. So I'll do it. It's silly, but I'll do it. I guess 2.5 a second is really only 3 yellow inserters, isn't it? There we go. And then the output is 0.14 items a second. Okay. So that is just one output. Output splits left is going to be the silver bar. Silver plate. That is not a plate, game. When the ash comes down and gets cycled to be an input over here. the output will go up and into this other station. And it makes a very, very small number of silver bars a second, so that's fine. Just one inserter will do the job. All right. And this is pretty, like, again, if I need to, I can add a second belt of output from here, as well as whatever else I need to do to scale this further. So this should be in pretty good shape. I'm just not sure why we haven't gotten a delivery yet. Oh, it probably is trying. Yeah, okay. Yeah, there's a train picking up here. It's just that it takes a long time to fill up a whole train with ash. But all right, this should be able to... Interesting. Apparently a train decided to turn around here. Oh, no, it didn't. What? Yes, it did actually decide to turn around, because it couldn't have come from this way. So yeah, it was coming from here, and it used this as a turnaround. Weird. Why? How would it have been... Oh, if it was coming from here and coming north, but needed to go to one of these stations, I think it would have done that. But I don't actually see that that is where that went. Not sure. I'm not sure why that train did that. But I'm going to call that ash processing done. So the next thing to work on is a little more of the bits and pieces needed for Corlex Bootstrap. So if we look at our Corlex recipe, here we go. A lot of this stuff we have in the main base, or in the, I guess, the belt base, right? I keep saying main base, although these days I think the rail base is more and more the main base. Most of this is stuff that we have in the belt base, so we just need to be able to feed all of these things into actually making the Corlex. So I'm going to do this as a dedicated build. I have that weird little corner where I have been doing a lot of the trying to bootstrap of animals here. Oh god, has this still been running? Okay, no. I was worried, although I probably have way more Archod codexes than I need. I've got a thing up here, like, making them, don't I? Don't I have a codex factory somewhere? Feeding... This feeding tinned wire up to something. No, that's not to codexes. Here it is. Yeah. Let's actually change this so it's not making Archod codexes anymore. This should have everything it needs, right, for Corlex codex? Yes, the answer is yes. Okay, so I'll let that start making Corlex codexes. We'll need a few of those. But I do want to, you know, sort of as far as this standalone build goes, you know, we're going to have the artificial blood coming off rails. We don't have glassware on rails yet, so doing the fetal serum on rails is going to be a pain. I think I'm going to hand deliver this, and we'll end up doing it, you know, wherever we've got glassware and guts, which feels like it's here mostly, although I don't think glassware comes down here. I don't know if any of these have glassware as an input. But getting glassware on rails would involve doing rubber on rails, and I'm not ready to do that yet. Yeah, that's just going to be the ash train. Yep. Nearly done. Well, nearly done is going to be like 3 more minutes, actually, but it'll catch up. So yeah, this is the thing, is I haven't really figured out what I need to do. Maybe I don't do a new setup. Maybe I start swapping things around here. Where's Corlex? There we go, cow DNA samples. Yeah, this needs some Logi Science packs, but I can hand feed those. And then... Oops. Over here, making the Corlex. Yeah, it'll feed in those. It'll feed in the Corlex Codex, because I'm going to change this. Corlex Codex. I'll feed the Logi Science packs. Over on this side, I will also, I guess, feed the fish, the cDNA, and the poor alien samples. Those are all things that I have floating around in other places, and I can hand feed those. So the things then that we need to get into this are going to be the artificial blood and the fetal serum. Both of those are on rails. Or at least, sorry, the artificial blood is on rails. Fetal serum, I don't think I'm gonna... I didn't actually look to see, like, how much of that I need. Like, how much is this used? This is used... It's also used for zip ears. Okay, so it's used for, like, all of the creatures that we need. And it's used for a bunch of future things as well. Yeah, I see lots of things that use it. So we do want to make it in decent quantities. But does that mean that we take the time to do glassware on rails right now, is the question. Maybe it does. Maybe that is what that means. Which I don't, like, love doing, but we can certainly do it. I had switched this over to BTX, but it looks like we might be out of BTX on rails, so I might have to switch over to something else. Yeah, because we're full on natural gas. How are we full on natural gas? Are the bees not running at all? I mean, they're running, just not very fast right now. Which I guess is to be expected. You know, this only runs as fast as this runs. And this is just rolling for queens in the background until we're ready to actually switch it on. So yeah, we might just not have that much. All right. So let's do glassware on rails then, and that means that we need to get rubber on rails, and we need to figure out what we want to do as far as rubber options. So glassware, our best recipe right now is this one, with boron trioxide, 4 rubber stoppers, and 120 molten glass to make 5 glassware. Rubber stoppers, we want to make from, I think, rubber at this point. And then the question is, what are our... Yeah. So we've basically got the oleochemicals recipe or the organic solvent recipe, which is 2 latex to 4 rubber or 1 latex to 4 rubber, which is nice, but this is a lot of stuff that we don't have on rails right now. If we were to go here, let's go to YAFC. We're going to make rubber. So it thinks the organic solvent is the cheapest one. No, it doesn't. It thinks the crummy version is the cheapest one. So it thinks latex is cheaper than all the rest of these things that we have. Maybe that's true. But... Oh no, here we go. There are better ways to create rubber, wasting 80%. No, these ones are cheaper. Oh, it's the cost per recipe, but it makes more rubber. Okay, 507 divided by 4. 486 divided by 4. But this one only makes 1 rubber. Okay, so yeah, it thinks this is the cheapest one. Which I guess makes sense. Oleochemicals... We can make either lard and titanium to get 250 oleochemicals from 20 lard, or this one, which needs nichrome, which I don't have, and also produces glycerol, which is a side product. So I think this is what I want. And then 3 to 7. What an awful ratio. That is practically a belt of lard, though. That's funny. No, we'll start it like this ratio. Polybutadiene, we can only make from aromatics, water, and titanium. Okay, we already have aromatics on rails, so we can do this. We're gonna need heat generation. And... Nope. For that, guess we're running off of coke. That's fine. Carbon black, our option is... Okay, so here we're going to need to get anthracene somehow. And this is where we need to do the other kind of tar processing. And I should have thought of this yesterday, but I didn't. You know, I mean, we can get a little bit from crud pyrolysis, but... that also makes a bunch of other stuff. So I think we're going to want to do tar processing for it. From anthracene here. So that means that we'll need to get anthracene as an input. I'm going to consider that an input to this rubber build. And then latex, I'm not sure if I want to consider an input or an output. Like, does latex have... if we look at the uses of latex... Are we going to be using it... Okay, so we need it, like... It looks like at least for buildings. I assume rotors are building components as well. Enclosures, atomizers... Okay. So there's a lot of stuff that uses latex as an intermediate. So we will want to... build latex as its own thing on Rails. That's fine. And then sulfur we'll do on site from acid gas. That's fine. I don't care. It's not that much acid gas and it's not that much sulfur. So other than maybe wanting to build this to a smaller scale, you know, what does that get us? That gets us 0.57 rubber stoppers a second, and with the best glass recipe, that gives us 0.7. I don't know what that turns into. A lot of science is the answer. I mean, I would probably set this to just 1. That's the build scale. It really does want to be built at this scale. Well, it wants to be built at, like, this scale. There we go. Now everything lines up. But we're not doing that. So we're going to do this scale. Rubber stoppers are a different thing. Okay. So this is the rubber build. We need to get an anthracene production up. We need... everything else, it looks like, is just stuff that we have. So the other inputs to this that we're not currently making are latex and anthracene. So let's go over here and make those builds. So latex, yep. Steam, as always, we make on site. Water, okay. Not that. Let's try again. Electric boiler, there we go. Latex slab. Formic acid, which we're gonna have to bring in. Nope. We'll just bring it in. We'll add rendering rocks to our animal processing. That's fine. Sodium alginate. We'll do limestone on site. And we'll do the seaweed on site. Since we're going to have limestone anyway. And I'm not sure that this is the scale that we're going to build this to. 1 a second seems like a lot. If we look at how much do we actually need, yeah, we need like 1/10 of that. So do like 0.2 a second. Yeah, that's fine. This gets us down to a scale of like 1, 1, 0.5, 2. I guess I could do like 0.4 a second, so we have a little extra. That seems like a fine scale. And then the creamy latex, which will need sap from sap trees. Okay. So the inputs to this are just saline water, carbon dioxide, and formic acid, and stone, and it spits out latex. This is a fine build on its own as well. This seems like a reasonable scale. 16 sap extractors isn't too big. And it's exactly what one electric boiler making steam can handle for kind of the whole thing. So I think this is going to be fine. The last thing that we're going to need is, was it anthracene for carbon black? Yes, anthracene oil. And we get that, okay, only from tar refining bottoms. That is what I was afraid of. How much do we need as an input? 83.3, so we'll say, you know... Oof! Well, we also get some from here. There we go. And that means also doing, like, tar refining tops. That means doing light oil to... yeah, aromatics and gasoline. That means doing naphthalene to whatever. And we could do some of these things around. But, like, in the grand scheme of things, I think all of these are fine, quote-unquote, outputs. The only thing is going to be the naphthalene that we don't currently have a use for on Rails. So we might just do this on site, even, is just convert it straight to aromatics and more coke. And that makes a lot of coke per second, and we're probably going to have to start thinking of finding uses for coke on Rails. The tar refining? No, I'll do this centralized, and I'll make sure that naphthalene is also available on Rails, so if I need it for, like, organic solvent or anthraquinone or any of these other things, like, we're gonna need it, but we also are just gonna need to sync naphthalene. I think I will do the anthracene to carbon black on site, because that's easy, and traveling fluids is always easier than traveling solids. There we go. 5 to 7 to... These ones are weird. But... I think this is the build. Yeah. And like naphthalene to organic solvent. Yeah. So like we're gonna want to do that at some point when I do organic solvent, but I was gonna go for oleochemicals for the rubber. Although maybe since I have this organic solvent available, it's not that much though. It's only like 15. And if I do rubber with, to get this 2/3 rubber per second with the organic solvent, yeah, 8.33 a second, actually. This is a lot simpler. You do both? Yeah. Like, I don't have anything using the lard that we're making right now, and we're making a bunch of lard as a byproduct from blood. So, like, I could totally process it into oleochemicals. But also, we need the anthracene for carbon black, and we're going to be making organic solvent anyway. So... Or, like, this is easy to set up, right? This is 2 buildings and a couple of rails. Mainly just a lard sink, yeah. And, like, at this point, if I don't sink lard, it'll just decay and then get burned into biomass and then get used wherever we need biomass in the base. So, like, that's also just fine. I don't necessarily need to sink lard. So maybe this is what we go for then. Sorry, I'm muted there to sneeze. Yeah. If I do organic solvent as its own build, just like 2 DDCs for now doing organic solvent, then pretty much everything else here, tar refining bottoms, pitch to coke, and tar refining tops, is just like a little tar processing build, right? That spits out well, a bunch of products, but it's all stuff that we're gonna need in various places around the base anyway. And then whichever of these things we end up needing to make special handling for, we can. I think I saw that I needed more hydrogen on the base anyway. I don't remember for sure if that's true, but yeah. And then again, we just we'll set up also organic solvent, but that'll be a separate build. Okay, yeah, this is cleaner. This is less byproducts to deal with as far as the rubber goes right now, is if I do organic solvent instead of oleochemicals. So I think we'll do this. Yeah, and this claims to be a closed loop, but I don't ever do that. I don't trust it. If I do create nested table and do void water inside the nested table, can I link these? Hey, that actually works. Cool. So yeah, this will have 4 rail stations, 1 solid in, 1 fluid in, and 2 solid outs for rubber and ash. And then latex is just 3 stations, and tar processing here is 7, 8, 9 stations. And then we're probably going to have to find secondary uses for most of these tar processing products as well. Because they will eventually back up. All right, well, let's... Although I could probably do that with, like, overflow valves into fluid boilers. And then have... Yeah, I'll think about it later. So we have a lot of stuff to build. Naphthalene to organic solvent is another couple of DDCs. On the latex side, we're gonna need... soil extractor. Oh, I should file that as a bug. High pressure turbines are hyphenated. High pressure furnaces are not. That is annoying when you're trying to search for things. I don't care which way it goes, but I want it to be consistent. Seaweed. Whoops. Two more DDCs. Offshore pump, another electric boiler. And then the rubber itself is going to need, let's see, shopping list. Multi-purpose cracker, my nickname in college, coal power plant, reformer. This is going to be like a lot of one of each building. Pressure pump, a heavy oil refinery. I know I've got at least one of those sitting around the base. A outfall. And a cooling tower. All right. So it looks like there's a few things we don't have, so let's head up to the mall. All these poor bots that came all the way down here, and now they're going to have to chase me all the way back up top. But if we head up to the mall, we can grab whatever we need to make these things that aren't on the mall yet. So as always, when I see something that isn't on here yet, multi-purpose cracker. Yeah, that can be built fine. And then what do I need to be able to build one of those? I have all the stuff. Well, no, I don't. I need small parts. Let's grab some small parts. And then the next one is the reformer. I'm surprised I haven't had an opportunity to put those on here yet, but that's fine. Yeah, and that we should also be able to build no problem. We need some iron plates and some steam engines. Those are things that I can grab. And the outfall, which we need a little bit of steel for, and I also should put up here. Where is all my metals? Steel. All right, so we're still waiting for the bots to catch up on these last few items that I need. It does look like it's all on the way, though, which is fantastic. Yeah, as far as everything else, I think we will grab another, like, stack of undergrounds. I think I will grab another couple of stacks of blue inserters. I will round up my orange inserters to a stack. I will grab another stack of each type of signal. Just so I have them. I can make some more of... Yeah, I've got 10 of each of these. One of these only stacks to size 10. Yeah, you. That's fine. Make a bunch of extra train station parts, because I'm going to need those. All right. Well, I think we're just kind of waiting for the bots to bring in the last few buildings and modules to me. But Twitch is telling me that it is just about ad o'clock. So I am going to let Twitch run its ads. I do try to run ads as little as possible, but Twitch will run them for me eventually, no matter what. So I run the smallest chunk of ads once an hour that I can in order to turn off pre-roll ads, and I always take a short break, stretch my legs and get some water during the ad break. That way nobody has to miss anything that's going on in the stream. So I'm going to step away for a few minutes while the ad break runs. While the ad break runs. And when I come back, hopefully the bots will have finished filling in my inventory. And we could go, we've got like 3 builds to do. All right, I'll see everybody in just about 3 minutes. Okay. Welcome back, everybody. Yeah, the bot's caught up. I added one more request, which was for more of these 40 KL tanks. We're gonna have to come back for some of those. I don't think the mall has enough of them built. Those are the tanks that I use in provider stations, and we're gonna have a bunch of provider stations. Where is this train stuck? There are 2 trains that are stuck. That concerns me. Okay, this one is unloading ash. Which is... ooh, dear. Why is this still at negative 120k? This is reading... oh. There we go. That's why. Fortunately, this is fine. We're still expecting one more trip from this. And that's the other stuck train. It's just... it's literally been just dumping the ash from here down into here as fast as it can, and I am totally okay with that. Probably a little bit of silver. Nope, no silver at all yet. That's funny. Okay, let's head on down and let's find a spot to do some of this tar processing. It's like 20 odd buildings, so it's a biggish build. Oh, and it's gonna need a really long, siding. It's not really a siding, whatever you want to call it. Local road. Because it's gonna have like 9 stations. It's huge. So we're gonna have to figure that out as well. However we want to position it. I guess I could do it like here. I don't love that. I could do it here, going this way, but this aluminum rock might be in the way, which isn't great. Don't think there's room to put another thing here where the bees are. I think the bees are in the way. I mean, space is unlimited, right? I can grow my rail network however I need. But it's just a matter of kind of trying to find a reasonable spot to start with. Maybe I do here. I come down here, I can do the long rail section that I need for all my stations. And then, we can do all the actual build, like right here, and then it'll all just have to get plumbed into all the stations. Maybe that's fine. And let's actually get all of what our actual to-do list is that we're doing right now. So we want glassware. Well, we want fetal serum. And for fetal serum, we need glassware. And for glassware, we need rubber. For rubber, we need latex. And we need organic solvent being made. And for all of that, we need this, tar processing build. All right, so that is today's to-do list, and we got most of the buildings for these top, like, 3 or 4 already. So we should be pretty good to just start knocking this stuff out. Some of these builds are builds we've done before, or slightly updated versions of them, but... Oh, this needs to be changed. You are no longer trying to run off of BTX. Run you off of gasoline again. There we go. And that should get glass turned back on. Because right now glass is broken. I mean, we have some, but oh yeah, petri dishes have been stopped for too long because we don't have a buffer of petri dishes anymore. Oh, I was like, why are these not going? And the answer was because there's still lots of trains. One, two, at least three. I don't think we're going to need a fourth one, but if we do, I can always build it. Okay, so the input to this is literally just tar. All right, that's easy. Fluid drop-off station. Bop. This one can just be a single, so I don't have to change anything with it. So yeah, you just want a thing full of tar. And connect that there. All right. And then everything else is going to be like, again, 8 different outputs on this thing. So, tar from this station is going to come into 5 tar processing units. This is actually a fairly small-scale tar build compared to what I was doing, like, already up at the rail base, but we're just building what we need right now. We're not going crazy. All right. So that uses 100 steam a second. And each of these boilers makes how much? 60. Okay. I'm not sure if I'm going to end up with, like, centralized steam or not, honestly. I haven't quite decided. Okay. And then output of this, we're going to have creosote and anthracene, which both will need to come over to fluid pickups. And this all just needs to be... Give me space to work. All right. So the ones that we need to come over here are going to be creosote and anthracene. So that is fine. Nope. This is miserable. I could not have picked a worse spot to be trying to put down a bunch of pipes. Alright. So that'll be... That's the anthracene. And then the creosote will come down to this one. Whoop. Again, pump. No route. Oh yeah, no route. That's indeed the case. Let's finish building this out and let that train escape. There you go, buddy. Good job, train. And of course, these don't quite fit. Okay. So that's tar in, anthracene and creosote out. The pitch, and the middle oil both go to new processing. So middle oil is 2 more of these guys, which will do tar refining tops. And that will hook up, if I position this nicely, do it like there. All right. And this will spit out naphthalene, carbolic oil, and light oil. And I think I'm doing the light oil processing on site as well. I am. The light oil will, well, here, let's get all of these outputs same as this one, except light oil is duplicated, so we only need 3 of them here. Let's clear some more trees. Okay. That's the naphthalene. This is anthracene. Right. Okay. So we need naphthalene and carbolic pickup stations. Am I already out of rails? No. Am I already out of landfill? Yes. That's fine. So carbolic oil will come over here. That'll be carbolic. And whichever oil this is, the naphthalene, I'll bring down to this one. And then light oil has further processing to do. Oh, am I really out of undergrounds too? Shoot. Well, that was a much shorter build before I had to go back to base than I expected it to be. Oh, sorry, Grim. I missed that message about the generic fuel stations. I'm not sure why. Is my beep not working? No, it should be. Weird. I just missed the ding, apparently. But yes, it's something that I've been meaning to set up, is generic stations for that. That just has not been my top priority yet. And then we're also going to have 7 DDCs. These are going to do pitch to coke. And these are terrible! This is an absolutely atrocious layout. The DDCs are always bad, but, like, these ones feel particularly painful. Yeah, that should be okay. Because we've got 2 of our outputs here. It does have a little bit of a light oil output, and that needs to merge with this light oil anyway, so that's okay if it goes up. Right, that'll be like that, and DDC builds are a pain. Yes. See, I heard that ding. I think I was just totally absorbed before when I missed your message. All right, so that'll be light oil out, and then we'll have light oil processing down here. These are both naphthalene and anthracene that need to be hooked up to their shared outputs. This one and this one, and I'll take care of that in a moment. On this side, we have the steam input. I'll deal with, yeah, the steam bus. All right, there's steam there, and that will need to connect up with steam here. Which will need to connect with all of the steam here that I didn't even hook up yet. There. All right. And then we have 5 boilers, electric boilers, which are just going to run like that. And with a pump like that. Okay. And I guess I need to power these, but there's power that needs to be routed everywhere, and I am not thinking about that yet. Let's get the plumbing done first. Pitch as an input will come in all of these. And then up here, like that. Steam is hooked up. We're going to have hydrogen as an output, and then yeah, we've already got the light oil hooked up. So it just needs to be hydrogen and the anthracene and the naphthalene. Okay. Okay, there we go. And more clean out, like through here, please, so I can see what I'm doing. All right, that'll be hydrogen, which will need to be hooked up to another station. Which, shockingly, will go right here. Whoops. All right, that'll be hydrogen to that one. The other thing I need is to actually have the output for Coke from these. I forgot that was a thing. Each of these makes 2 a second, which means 2, 4, 6. Ooh, that's actually probably 2 outserters then. All right. So that is, I mean, fine such as it is, but does need to be split. What I'll probably actually do is this. I'll split this outserter a little further. Actually, I'll do that on all of them. Just so they're all the same. And then in the middle one here, yeah, there we go. Oh, wait. I don't have to do that here. I have space. Because these are long-handed inserters, I can do this. That works. Okay, so this is going to be a whole flippin' belt of Coke that needs to come down to an output. Yep. Yeah, this actual build isn't going to be that big. It's just going to be getting all the outputs routed to where they need to go. That is going to be the problem with it. And down here, at least the DDCs are narrow enough that we can power them correctly. All right. Let's, I don't love how much of this I have built, like, without turning it on. Let's go grab some landfill. I guess then we have to go up to base and grab pipes, too. Yeah, let's just grab everything we need. Let's see. I should have landfill, like, a bunch in here, right? Well, not there. Here. Yeah, a few thousand. May as well grab a few thousand. Oh, make sure that I clear all of these requests, or else the bots are going to replace all of the buildings that I've already placed, and I don't need them to fill my inventory with crap. I can do that all by myself. Alright, so the main thing we need up here is just underground pipes. We might need more than that, but we can only grab them so quickly. And yeah, the base is kind of unhappy with me because I had it building a bunch of buildings. A train unexpectedly? What? I am unsure what was going on with that. Alright, how are we doing on Corlex codexes? We got a stack of them here, which means there should be some down here. Yes. Okay, so this needs some logistics science packs hand-delivered to make the cow DNA samples. This will need some fish, cDNA, and poor alien samples hand-delivered. That's fine. And we're going through everything we need right now for the fetal serum. So we're getting there, is what I'm saying. We're getting there. And like this side quest into Glassware for the fetal serum is fine, because ultimately we're going to need Glassware for science anyway. So just get it done, and it'll be done. I'm not sure if the scale that I'm going for right now is going to be big enough for what we're ultimately going to need, but we should be able to scale things up with reasonable ease for science if we have to, whoops, scale up. All right. Just waiting for the bots to figure out the landfill situation. All right. What did I... Oh, none of this is right. This needs to be over 1. That needs to be there, and that needs to be connected there. Okay. Cool. Those are all turned on now. Whoops. All right. Yeah, we're going to fill up on light oil very soon. But light oil should be the only thing that we're not able to get rid of. If I come down here, we should see that I didn't actually connect all of these things. But once we do connect all these things, yeah, we've got hydrogen, we've got naphthalene, we've got creosote, we've got whatever this is supposed to be. Carbolic, okay, sure. Anthracene, creosote, carbolic oil, hydrogen, naphthalene. Okay, we got it all. And of course, coke. But we should all be backed up now on... Oh, anthracene. Oh, I didn't actually hook up these anthracene and naphthalene pipes. That's the issue. All right, that's naphthalene. This one is naphthalene. All right, so that'll drain the naphthalene. And then the anthracene... All right. That is another output. You're just stuck on ash, right? Nothing else weird? Yeah. Not a big deal. Even with Even with stack inserters, emptying a train full of ash is a lot of ash. Well, we've started to accrue some silver, but it's all still on the belts out there. We've almost got a load full of coal dust, which is funny. And why are we stopped now? Now we're stopped on light oil. Okay, that was expected. So we just need 2 more DDCs for light oil, which will give us 2 more fluids, and then we're done. Light oil into aromatics and gasoline. God, I really, truly... Okay, this is manageable. Gasoline and aromatics. Those are going to come down here to 2 more stations. And then the only input is this. And our last 2 fluid pickup stations here. That's fine. That all looks fine. Get rid of short signals. Why did you not build where I want you to? Get rid of short signals. All right. That should be... Our blocks look not quite right. Now that looks right. That looks right. That all looks right coming through here. Okay. Yep, blocks all look good. So let's just get the anthracene and the... Or not anthracene, aromatics and gasoline hooked up. Aromatics and gasoline. All right. So some of these stations are gonna need... I'm surprised that I'm only 1 tank short. That is impressive. Some of these are gonna need to be made higher priority. Gasoline and aromatics, I mean, this is the thing with tar processing is maybe I don't make any of these things higher priority. Maybe I accept that I just need to have sinks for all of them. And if I don't, tar processing is going to back up. Maybe that's the better way to think about this setup. Like, nothing is a byproduct. They're all primary products, and we just have to deal with sinks when we can. But yeah, we've got a little bit of gasoline, a little bit of aromatics, a little bit of hydrogen, a little bit of naphthalene, a little bit of whatever this one is, creosote, carbolic, and anthracene. All right. Well, that is a reasonably small tar processing build. This is supposed to output 14 a second. And, like, I believe that it does, but it's... I'm not sure. Because this number is going up, not going down. And that's weird. And, like, there are occasional gaps, but for some reason, this one's been backing up. Yeah, it's just like the positioning of the gaps doesn't always work out with the swing of the inserters. That is... kind of annoying, honestly. Oh, I think what happens is this inserter sometimes can't place things, so then the extras end up here. I'm gonna redo this whole thing. I'm gonna do it stupider, but... there we go. That's what we're... That should let these all merge in with each other cleanly and handle the full actual output and capability of this whole thing. And the belt is saturated right now just because these ones are emptying after I let them buffer for a second, but as soon as these empty, the rest of these will catch up and it'll run at full speed again. At least that is what I choose to believe. All right. Other than that, I don't think we have any backups here. This is all just going to run until these various things fill up. Let's make sure that carbolic oil up here... Oh, God. That's not what I wanted to do. I want to go up there. There's no cyber sin control combinator up there, so I'm going to have to go... whoops. Didn't realize that that was a thing. Also, apparently, I never hooked up a bunch of these lanes. Whatever. Oh, look at that. Running up the tracks. So fast. Well, until I catch up to a train. Alright. Yeah, up here, we want one of these. And this is going to be low priority. From here to here. So we'll prefer to pull from the tar processing build when we need carbolic instead of pulling it from the old base. Which I think is fine. And I should probably do the same for creosote. I'm pretty sure I have a creosote connection somewhere up here. Yes. And anthracene. I didn't realize that I had anthracene already hooked up. Well, that was silly. We did all of this for nothing, because I was already pulling it from the old base. But I will set both of those as low priority inputs as well. So that we, again, in general, we want to prefer to pull from new tar processing, and that way new tar processing does not get blocked up on, you know, one of these things because some part of the base is pulling from over here instead of down there. So that is... where is it? I've lost it. There we go. One of these. And I guess oxygen as well. Oh, and this titanium source that I totally forgot that I had on the base. I made titanium on rails, too. And ash here should also be... we just don't care about this ash. We don't have another aluminum yet, so it'll always pull from this one, but I can say it's low priority. And same with coke. And syngas, and gasoline, and even carbon rods. They're the only source right now, but there we go. Everything coming off of the base, deprioritized compared to anything that is actually on rails. Oh, whatever train it thought was stuck is gone now, so... Okay, so with this tar processing rolling, yeah, these are all, this is exactly what I wanted to see. It is, in fact, keeping them all emptied and well buffered into these two lanes. And we should see the occasional gap, because this is only 14 items a second, not 15. Yep, that looks like maybe one. But, whatever. This is going to fill up fast, so we are going to need to get rid of coke. That's a good question. Is how do I get rid of coke? Um. Oh, so we are going to need a little bit because we need to make boron trioxide for glassware, but this isn't a lot. We might end up needing to do this coke to ash, coal gas, and tar. Coke to CO2, but I don't think we have that much CO2 demand. Silicon carbide. I don't know what this is used in. Bio oil. Okay, just a couple of things. Nothing interesting yet. There's this coke fluidization that's kind of interesting, but I'm concerned about ending up with too much tall oil because it's a pain to process. We'll need a little bit for stone wool. Actually, same with creosote. Yeah, so we'll need this when we want to do zip ears. And we also, I think, need some as science, maybe? Coke and clay to ceramic. Coke to graphite. Resistors. Okay, so that's part of processing oil, which we're not really doing yet. Steel. Steel. And we're into other things. So I think, unfortunately, this is going to be the one. We're going to need to get set up. Is coke to coal gas and tar, which will be more tar, which is fine. We always need more tar. And then the coal gas right now. Syngas and tar and a little more ash. Yeah. I think that's probably what we want to do. Is we'll do coke and we'll just say that it is coke to yeah. Well, I probably should put coal gas on rails, but I will also do coal gas to syngas. I think is the way to do it. So let's flip over to YAFC here. We're making 14 coke a second. So if we turn that to coal gas, yeah. So we can do like a belt of coke a second, and then syngas from coal gas makes, yeah, that's just one gasifier. Okay. So these are, I kind of want to do these as one build, but I also want to make sure that coal gas is available. Because, like, they have two of the same outputs, right? It's tar and it's ash. So this is probably like do it as one build and then, because it's also like 1 to 4 very nearly. Okay, so we need to prioritize this one because all that coke is going to back up in a second, so it's going to be useless. So let's get these buildings built. That'll be the 4 DDCs and a gasifier, bringing in coke, and then outputting coal gas, syngas, tar, and ash. So that's another build that's going to be much larger in terms of station space than in terms of... here, we'll call this build syngas. We're going to bring in coke at minus 16 a second. We're going to do this, and we're going to do this. And water gets used. Yep. And then I want to have a coal gas output as well. because we're going to need that on rails for a few things. So we'll do, that's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 stations. Okay, so that's like our normal 3 long little sidings that we build. That's fine. And this will take on, yeah, fairly small build. All right. Well, it is just about at o'clock again, so I think before we move on to the next build, I'm going to go ahead and I'm going to let Twitch run ads. I'm going to step away for a few minutes and stretch my legs and hydrate while the ads run. I recommend everyone else do the same. And I'll see folks in just a few minutes. Welcome back, everybody. I just added the other DDCs and this gasifier that we need for the coke to tar and syngas build. And there's some other stuff that we need to stock back up on. I'm running low on, yeah, these 40 KL tanks that are used for pickup stations, and we're going to have 3 of those pickup stations in this. So, yeah, that's fine. 20 will be enough. So just need to let the bots stock me back up a little bit on some of those things. And then we should be good to go. We still have, after that, we still need to do the build for Organic solvent. Not from acetone and syngas. This one. So we'll need to get this set up still. And we'll then still need the latex build itself and the rubber build itself. Oh! I am an idiot. I got rid of the seaweed from my inventory. I forgot that I have a automatic dump for seaweed because it gets picked up all the time by bots when I do it gets picked up all the time by bots when they fill in water. Let's see, we can also grab, while we're waiting, more undergrounds. It would be nice to have more regular pipes, but apparently all of those got turned into undergrounds while I wasn't looking. So I might end up having to make some regular pipes myself during the builds if it looks like this is not all fully caught up. Because the base is, again, kind of sad. This mall is really barely keeping up with what I'm capable of building. Alright, if I come up here, I should be able to find maybe seaweed sitting in one of these. Maybe not. Alright, there we go. That should be everything we need. Let's also grab, while I'm thinking about it, more rails, yeah. Because we are going to need a bunch more train stations and a bunch more places to put train stations, because we're running out of, like, perimeter on some of these sections of the base here. So yeah, we're going to have to do, I guess we're going to loop this around at some point. That was kind of always the plan, was to connect this here. And then I'll have to figure out, you know, do I run a... If I move this pure sand build, I could actually run another, like, horizontal line through the middle here and maybe reclaim some space, although really there's not that much. Well, we could fit some small builds in here if we wanted to. Maybe not worth it. I noted that this was too short, so I made this one taller. This one's a little too tall, so we need to like split the difference between these two for the next segment that we do. But yeah, we can get this connected up here, and then probably do some stuff that's pointed inwards on the end here. And then kind of through here, like, this is supposed to connect like this, basically, and be like a vertical region block thing. But that is going to need more, a lot more landfill, because the water through here is going to be a major pain to get connected around. Same with this lake here. So I'm going to have to figure out where I want my next kind of chunks to connect. Take the top across here, and like down here is an option. Yeah, because this dead ends. So if we push this forward a little bit and go up here, we can connect into here. Or connect into here, actually. Although that's pretty... Actually, That's the, like, just slightly taller than this one that I was kind of saying I needed to do. Maybe that's what I do. Maybe we go this way. From here, I know it's hard to see the rails on the gray. But from what's kind of the middle of my screen going west, and then that would connect back in like here, and we build another like big chunk of stuff. But for now, we can pull this in and up, and we'll finish this like L, and then that will that'll give us a few more spots to work on the rest of this build. And then I do need to redo this. These are both what we're going to call legacy infrastructure. This was set up before I settled on my full set of blueprints, and they are a little wonky, very much in my way. Generally, I don't like stations that are directly on the main line like that. I try to put them all on sort of side roads. All right, there we go. That is the rest of that kind of edge, and that gives me an idea of what I have to work with through this area. So for the syngas build, where we're going to need 1, 2, 3, 5 stations in total. That might be too close. Let's just go through here. I don't care about this aluminum patch. Oh, I can do sulfur mines now. Interesting. I don't think I realized that I could just set up a sulfur mine if I wanted to now. I haven't needed to. I'm getting plenty just from other processes, but... what happened here? There we go. Okay. So our delivery here is going to be a single solid drop-off station. And I do want this to be a lower priority because this is effectively just voiding coke. So we'll let this thing just fill up with coke. And then, cool. That needs to go out into 4 DDCs. And let's figure out what this looks like. Yeah. Of course, nothing goes out the same side. We'll do it like this, though. So yeah, 4 coke. That's going to be like 2 of these guys. And then output of this, these are going to have ash as an output, but also, of course, tar. And our 2 outputs are going to be, let's see, a fluid pickup here. And a fluid pickup here. And we're also going to have a solid pickup for the ash. So let's flip that around here. Okay. That means, ash-wise, how much ash do these output? Almost nothing. And this needs to be a high priority station because it's a byproduct. Oh, whoops. I need to set our train limit on this. Okay. And then these guys are going to be sad because they're going to be, like, out of... Oh, wow. Couldn't have done that if I tried. Beautiful. So that's going to be tar out. And again, because this is a void, and we never want our voids to block up, we need this to be priority 1. And then the coal gas as well will need to be set up. That It's all the way up here. All right. So that is ash and... Cool. So that's all the outputs from this. Coming out to tar, then coal gas again, because this is all byproduct management. Now all we need to do is overflow the coal gas and then run that to... Run that here as an overflow. Or actually, like, here. I don't really care where I put it. That goes to a single gas... Oh, it's only one gasifier. Okay. So it really doesn't matter what I do with it. Making syngas. Syngas. Alright, so yeah, this is going to have to fill all the way up with coal gas before it will start pushing out syngas. And then, oh, this isn't hooked up yet. We need one more pickup station for the syngas itself. Those don't look aligned. Let's see. That all looks fine. That all looks fine. That all looks fine. Ooh, nope, that's wrong. And through here, we need a output. And here, we need input. There we go. That all looks decent now. And then that'll be from this guy. Oh. Well, that's, like, right where I don't want it. Didn't fully process that that was the situation there when I dropped this down. That's okay. I can tweak the position of that. And like everything else on this, high priority outputs. So yeah, there we go. This will just slowly turn coke into coal gas and syngas and tar. That's pretty much it. I don't think there's anything else left to do on this part of this build. Alright, that was a fun side quest. Moving on, our next side quests are latex and rubber itself, and actually there's one more side quest, and that is that we need to set up Vrock rendering and get a set up Vrock rendering and get... Oh, we're backed up on meat again? Really? Oh. Huh? Eh? Oh, I see what I did. Okay, yeah, let's go fix that. I need to fix that on all of these because they all have the potential to be screwed up. And then BioCrud looks fine. Yeah, there's not more than one of... Although, actually, no, this should be the same. This needs to be able to do... There we go. That should do what we need it to do. Yeah, so this should be making space now for the Oh, these guys don't have decay priority. That's what went wrong. And they should have decay priority. We want to be pulling out, yeah, decayed first, decayed first. Bones don't decay, so I don't think it matters. Bones are just going to fill up. That's a problem. We're going to have to figure out a bone sink. Sooner than later. Alright. Yeah, this will get itself caught up eventually. Alright, let's go back to what we were planning to do. And that is, let's work on... Well, maybe I should go grab the stuff I need to set up Vrock rendering. Because that's a whole... situation. That isn't going right now. Let's get Vrocks. Let's get Vrocks delivered. And then this is basically going to be the same build. Bop. Drop it down. I mean, heck, we can do it like here. Well, we'll do it like here. It's offset slightly. Except these aren't going to be rendering Augs. We're going to render Vrox. All right. So that's all going to be Augs getting rendered. We're going to have body parts come up here. And the input is going to be one of these guys. Vrock here. There we go. And we'll drop some cages in, because I happen to know I have some cages. That is, well, fine-ish. And then we'll need to get the fluid pickup station set up. Here. And I probably don't have all the parts for that. Yeah, I didn't think so. But that will come through, like, how do I want to do this? Okay, that should be most of the bits and bobs, and then I think the last thing is we're going to need to set up a home for Chitin, which I haven't done yet, but that can, I'll set that up when I come back into here. No, we could do it now, I guess. I'll take this. Output priority left will be Chitin. And then there. Out of... Oh, nope, there they go. There we go. That'll be Chitin. And we'll probably need to figure out a Chitin sink at some point, but that's okay too. So that is, I think, fine. Bones are going to become a problem eventually. Yeah, well, I can always just turn them into more ash. That's... calcinates. Bone meal, of course. Improved fungal substrate. Oh, sugar. Oh, that makes sense. Although... yeah, whatever. Yeah, there's this fertilizer recipe that I'm not using. There's fish food. There's lots of stuff that uses bones. The question is, what do I actually want to make in my bone, like general bone sink? And it'll probably have to be like ash, because I think all the rest of these are things that like will be uses for bones. But if I just want bones to go away, I need to just burn them into ash. Oh, and then these... No, it's the inserters. We don't want Augs. We want Vrock as our configuration. And then over here, just like we've got one of these, we're going to have one of these. And it will output Vrock when formic acid is less than full. All right. So that will try to slaughter Vrocks whenever we need them. We will still need to grab, yeah, these, add them to the list. Half a dozen slaughterhouses. We're also going to need this formic acid station soon. Yeah. But otherwise, I think this is doing fine. And then, yeah, I was building that so that, because we're going to need formic acid as an input to the latex build. Which could probably be, like, the next one, if I felt like doing it next. Let's see how much further, like, into a build we can get, but I'm pretty sure I'm going to have to be thinking about going back up and grabbing some more materials shortly. Oh, we're out of train signals too, huh? Well, at least we can make some of those. Okay. So this will be the latex build. So this is going to have a stone input, it's going to have a multi-fluid input, and then we're going to have latex out. So it is going to be a very straightforward build. This one wants stone. This needs to be redone as multi-fluid. And our three fluids are carbon dioxide, saline water, and formic acid. Okay. Oh, and I'm out of pipe. So yeah, we're going to have to go back up to base. And let's do... that. Dioxide, we want a tank full. Saline water, we want a tank full. And what was the last one? Formic acid, of course. We want a tank full. Oh, this stone, this can be a low train limit. We don't actually need a ton of stone. Okay, that should be... I'm going to handcraft these, because if any of these trains come in, I don't want them to stall, because they can't, like, output their stuff. And then we're going to have also a solid pickup here. And this will have the actual latex. All right. So that is the stations. Oh, did I check off, like, things that have been done? Have I actually done the organic solvent build, or did I just think about it? I did this build. I didn't actually do the organic solvent build, did I? I got distracted. So we'll need to do that too. That's fine. All right, well, we're dumping coke. That's fantastic. How is artificial blood? Oh, we have artificial blood. Cool. I must have missed the... That must have been a milestone for that, I thought. Yep, cobalt fluoride. A couple of hours ago. All right. It must have happened while either on a break or while we were looking at YFC. But yeah, cool. The artificial blood build is working. That's great to see. Yeah, let's head up to base and let's grab what we need for the remaining slaughterhouses here, which will get... oh, this is making the wrong thing. Caged rocks. Caged rocks. Yeah, and there's 4 cages here that unfortunately need to be recovered and put back in place because they ended up as trash items and I don't have filters on those. But once we get that all set up, we will we'll have formic acid available. We can get our latex build up and running, get the rubber build up and running. And those should be the last couple of things that we needed to get glassware on rails. Where am I? Where am I going? We're going up here. We're hoping we have pipes. Oh, we have so much pipe. I'm not sure if I want this anymore. What this is doing is pulling ash out of the rest of my base and putting it, almost certainly just trying to turn it into silver. Really? I don't have slaughterhouses? And know. All right, well, we're going to have to make those ourselves. What do I need? Simple circuit boards. Oh! How are we out of copper again? What? How is this possible? That this keeps deadlocking? I truly do not understand. Alright. So we're gonna make borax. I don't remember if I... Oh no, I kept borax. Okay. So... we're gonna set this to 6. We're gonna get rid of this fixed. Whatever. 4 washers, 6 electrolyzers. I have 3 washers and 5 electrolyzers. Okay. Is that really the problem, though? That I just need, like, 1 more washer and 1 more electrolyzer? I'm not sure that I believe that to be true. Do have more electrolyzers in my inventory, though. I'll ask for this extra washer, but, like... it's probably coming from, like, actually up here somewhere. I'm very, very, very confused as to why my borax keeps breaking. Washers are up here somewhere. There we go. I mean, I could throw the extra one on of each type of machine and hope that it can, like, drain its loop of extra stuff, but... again, I'm not really sure why it's blocking up in the first place. I mean, I guess if we're getting more raw borax through than I thought, that would cause it to back up? Question mark? But... alright, I'm scaling it now for the number of machines doing borax washing. Oh! Am I... No, I just built too many. I was like, did I do something truly terrible? And, like, probably, but it wasn't the particular truly terrible thing that I was just trying to think of. Let's see. Because, yeah, all of these are already stopped. And these guys are also slowly going to back up. I mean, I could definitely, like, do this. Like, until this thing figures itself out. Oh, you know what else might have happened? I don't think I fully accounted for... Yeah, 9 soil a second. That's not going to work with these guys, is it? Let's see. Let's try to do... Do still want to put a little bit of a buffer in here. Oh, and same as on that side. These need to be like half and half on the two halves of the belt, don't they? How do I want to do that? There we go. That's terrible, but it works. So, I don't think that lane issues were like... I think an underflow from the borax washers should help. Yeah, it should. It shouldn't be necessary, though, because we should have more than enough capacity. I think there was just too much soil in the loop, like, in general. But yeah. This is the right way to fix it. And then actually, I should be able to do this. Because this will stop making borax for a little while as all of this, like, backs up. But it should slowly empty out this thing. Because, yeah, this will back up as soon as this is full. Although it doesn't really seem like it wants to fill up now. Well, I have no idea. Now it seems totally happy to deal with its excess soil. Yeah, because this is just never getting... This pipe is never filling up now. Which seems weird. Yeah, this is slowly emptying, which is what I would expect, because we do have the capacity. Yeah, I must have done something weird. Oh, look, this is this is output full on borax. That's fine. I mean, I guess I could run this, Oh, whoops, that was in the wrong spot. We want to do... There. 3 of those on one side, 3 on the other. Not that it should really matter, but, you know. And then... Yeah, this really does seem like it's actually slowly been working through this soil, like... I don't know. I'll come back to it later. We'll keep an eye on it. But hopefully... Yeah, we've got a borax pickup happening now. Okay. Let's go work on whatever it is we need to be working on. Let's finish getting rock rendering, because I've got... no, I don't have all the stuff for that, do I? I only have a couple of these slaughterhouses. We can at least get rock rendering started. And then that'll at least let it buffer some formic acid while we figure out the rest of what we're doing, which is going to be the latex build and the rubber. All right, so this should be able to not work. So that'll be, yeah, formic acid. And it'll render Vrox for as long as it needs to fill that up. And we're blocked on something again. We're blocked on meat again. We're blocked on what? Well, well, well. It isn't the consequences of my own actions. Did I ever actually set this up, or did I just talk about setting it up? Yeah. I thought I set up a jerky thing. Oh, nope. There you go. Demand the jerky. That should get things unblocked again. Glad I found it. And then, yeah, this is now limited by lard, which, that's fine. That is all limited right now because we're not actually making that much science. I think we're probably currently lab limited with the research that we're doing. Yeah, we are. So if we're lab limited, we're lab limited. There's not a lot we can do about that. I am fine letting science sort of accrue along the belts, though, and having it available buffered for the future. This is not getting glassware. Why is everything always broken? Glassware is rubber limited? Okay. I think I'm okay with that. Yeah, I mean, it looks like we are bringing in a little bit more than just one rubber at a time, but it's ending up going to, like, other things. As long as we're still doing well with the rocks, which we sort of are. Yeah, we're still having problems with sap coming into this. Wait. This is still on. Maybe I should turn this off. Oh no. Oh no. Yeah, it's just a few. It's only like 1600 Mark IIs. Ugh. Whatever. I've decided I don't care. Why are you not feeding in? You're disabled because Vrock isn't being supplied as a signal. Vrock should be supplied as a signal. Ah, no, it's not. I didn't actually hook it up. There we go. Now do you have Vrock as signal? No, because we didn't hook it up through... There we go. Oh, shoot. I totally missed that it was the hourly ad break. So I'm going to let that finish running, and I'm going to get a little bit more water, and I'll be back in just a couple minutes. All right. Welcome back, folks. Sorry about that last minute. Usually I try to give a little more warning for the ad break, but I was distracted by my small army of rocks. Okay. So this is the latex build. We already started laying out the stations for it, so I think we can just go ahead and start getting our various bits and pieces coming in. We go back to YAFC for a second. I usually try to get things sort of sorted into their various, like, tiers of what we need. But yeah. So the sap trees can go anywhere. They're easy. The limestone we need in a few different places. We're going to need some for seaweed, we're going to need some for creamy latex, and we're going to need some for sodium alginate. And I think... One second. Let me close my window. I can hear the neighbor's kids, and I don't need it to be background noise on the microphone. There we go. Okay. So what was I saying? Sap we can lay out pretty much anywhere. Ditto, the seaweed is pretty small. So the sodium alginate to latex slab is 1-to-1. So I wonder if I can manage to build this in such a way that we can just, like, do that as direct insertion. And then go from there. I don't love my current build for latex, so I'm not going to copy it. I want to try to get it a little cleaner. Alright, so that's latex slab. And below that will be... sodium alginate. This has 3 different inputs. And each limestone machine makes... How much limestone does one of these make? 0.4 a second. Okay. You could do something like this, and then we would bring in stone and algae right up the middle. And then, yeah, these would be just single inserters there. That's not awful. I don't hate it. I really don't. Yeah, our stone input is fairly low volume. So we'll just do like that. Which is going to be like half a belt. And then the other side of this belt will end up as our seaweed. Yeah, and the last limestone ends up going to the creamy latex build. And that is also kind of fine. All right, yeah, I don't hate this. The formic acid can come in from here. So that'll be the formic acid feeding in. Like I said, we're going to bring in seaweed. Hey, Kellen. Welcome in. Welcome in. For everyone who doesn't know, Kellen has been doing Factorio. He's pretty new to it, but got getting on track like a pro and has been working through Lazy Bastard. And his streams are always a good time. So I will recommend that you all go visit him when he is online. Thought there was a way in the Twitch UI to do a like in chat like shout out, and I can't find it now. So I don't want to mess with it anymore. Yeah, I don't know how to do it. I found it once and now I can't find it again. Had to finish your book. Reading or writing? Okay. That is... Oh, right. This is always almost, but not quite long enough. I should really switch to the other pipes. Is the stream lagging for you? Zero dropped frames. My bitrate is actually high, which is weird, because I always have it set to what it should be. I don't see anything other than the bitrate being a little higher than Twitch likes, and maybe they're throttling me. Because my bitrate is fluctuating a little too high. Yeah, but it drops at quieter spots. Yeah, I am not sure. You're the first person who's mentioned anything, so it's either you or it's me, but I'm not quite sure how to debug it. I don't see any issues other than, like I said, the average bitrate is just a touch high. But it's actually only like... It goes significantly lower, so it's just been kind of a little bit high for the past couple minutes, and it'll wander back down. I I mean, I'm sure that they prioritize the not little guys, but I don't think that it's as actively malicious. Oh, of course. I got that. Oh, hey, cool. Our formic acid is here. The last thing we need. All right. These guys have... They need modules. And they're going to need a little bit of limestone. And that is just one little doodah spitting out limestone into them. And we're going to do this like... All right, cool. I'm glad it's not my problem. Let's see. We need the soil washer. I'm losing my mind. Soil washer. Right there. That will need to be hooked up to water. Oh, of course. You know what? Let's not even run that pipe up there. Let's just leave this guy here, and let's give him his very own... There we go. And then on this side, we're going to have... seaweed out. Feeding up to here. Okay. How do I want to do this? Oh, actually, no. Let's not do that. Let's bridge here. All right. That's all fully watered. And here. And apparently I never hooked up CO2. Cool. Okay. CO2. Limestone, working on it. That'll be fine. Yeah, I mean, I'm only on hour, what? I'm only on hour like 230. I've easily got another 1,000 hours left in this. But, you know, you've been trying to get all your buildings built, right, automatically. I've got all these assemblers are building supplies, and then all the buildings that I use more rarely are being built by bots up here. And every single one of these is a different building. And that's the stuff that Lazy Bastard teaches you, right? Is like, get yourself a mall set up, and then you'll always have everything you need to build whatever you're trying to build. Alright. The other side of this now is the creamy latex. I don't know why it's creamy, but it is. And the creamy latex has just limestone, sap, and water as an input. Okay. Cool. So that'll come from, like, over here somewhere. Gotta take a bus to the mall. Exactly. Yeah, and I mean, you could see that I have, you know, around the mall area, there's a little bit of something resembling a bus happening, but like with Pyanodons, it's very hard to maintain a real bus. It gets huge, and people do it, but I've just, you know, embraced the spaghetti. Okay, and then these are just going to need their sap and limestone inputs. Let's see, where are the sap extractors? Here we go. Yes, exactly. Reject modernity, embrace tradition, go back to a world of spaghetti. And 0.8 a second is going to be 2 more soil washers. Ah, I gotta wrap up the library book. Yep. I know that feeling. Okay, I think this is everything we need for latex slabs. And then the slabs and some steam need to go into a few more high-pressure furnaces, and that will be latex. I don't necessarily love the way I designed this build either, compared to my previous one, but at least it's something. Also seems small. Like, how much latex do I have going on here? A lot more. Yeah, like 50% more. Interesting. Why is that? Oh, of course. I'm using more efficient rubber recipes now. That is part of the difference. All right, and then these guys are each going to spit out a little bit of there. We're going to need 4 of these furnaces. We'll do like here. I guess means that this actually needs to go in the other direction. All of this works with just 1 electric boiler. Love to see it. And then output of this is latex. Ta-da! Alright. And then if we grab a solid pickup station, drop it here. That will be a trickle of latex, but it will be latex nonetheless. This is only like half a latex a second, so to fill a few stacks of it is going to take a while, but we have time, because I have lots of other buildings. Yep. It's just Pyanodon's things. But yeah, we've got latex here, which the next step, actually, let's check off our things. Oh, and to make the latex, I need formic acid. And you get formic acid, just as it's named for, from ants. So I have giant ants, which we're slaughtering into their ant bits, so we can squeeze their acid glands to get formic acid, so we can make latex. And when I say it out loud, I sound like a madman. They put everything in the game. I'm also, in addition to exploiting ants for their acid, I am exploiting space bears for their blood. So, you know. Pyanodons is just weird. Okay. So, for our next little build, where do I have space to work if I want to do another little build? I could probably adjust this so it's less horizontally in the way and squeeze another rail path up here. Might not matter though. Or I could just do stuff over here and not worry about it, and I think I'm gonna do that. Let's just not worry about space. Space is free. Well, approximately free. Ooh. Let's go here instead, where we have a little more... Oh, nope, we still don't have room. And also, those don't line up right, which worries me that I built something in the wrong place. Because, like... That's where that's supposed to connect. That is concerning. All right. Well, in that case, we're definitely going to go up here instead of trying to go horizontally, because I know that this will fit here. Yeah. What do you know? I built something in the wrong spot. This is over by, like, 1? The question is... Yes. Alright, it's just this one. Everything else is on grid. You could see... You would expect, like, you could see when I have this lined up, how the diagonals on the right side... like, when I go this way, they don't cross. When I go this way, the diagonal on the left crosses. And that's because this intersection... is to the right. You know, the funny thing is, in the real world, we don't get formic acid from ants. We make formic acid from other things. Because, you know, juicing ants for acid would be a very slow, expensive process. I'm also not sure how I feel about calling it juicing. I might regret that choice of words a little bit, but... But yeah, it's... You're right, there's a little bit of that milking. That's what all of this is in service of, is eventually getting to the space cows so I can milk them. Because I need space cow milk for the next science. Alright, this goes up here. I changed my mind again. I keep changing my mind. I just realized that I only need one horizontal section here for this. I don't need that many stations. I only need 2 stations for what I'm trying to build. So there's space to just do it here. Because we only need 1 input station and 1 output station. So we don't need a longer stretch of sort of neighborhood road. Oh! But I just realized... I put this in the wrong spot. I just literally did it again. It goes here. All right. And do we have the space here? We do. Oh, after much failure, I think we finally got everything in place. So we've got... We're going to have a fluid drop-off and a fluid pickup. Like, that's it. That is all that is in this. It's all working perfectly. That all looks fine. This side is going to be a multi-requester. We need naphthalene and we need carbolic oil. All right. Naphthalene and carbolic oil. And we'll set that up in our requests as well. Naphthalene. Oops. And carbolic oil. And where do we have power? There we go. So those will be input into two. Oh, look, I have two destructive distillation columns. Let the bots pick up a little more before I finish this build, otherwise I'm gonna forget. There we go. Alright, so we've just got the two DDCs here. DDCs are always a pain. Their inputs are always never what you want. Yep. The inputs remain always never what you want. Think like that is fine. Sure. All right, which one is that? Naphthalene. And then carbolic oil. And then the outputs of all this. Get pumped into here. I guess it helps if I power it. Okay, that should be all we need here. What is... Let's just reset that train. I think I know what happened. In fact, I think I was talking about that being a ridiculous failure state previously, but it happened anyway. So basically, we had enough meat, spoil into jerky here that it wants to use this as a jerky station, which just should never happen. And that is because I messed up and I didn't have all of the spoilage handling in place yet. So what we need brains are fine. Yeah, it's just this that is a problem. I'm going to do this by hand. I'm going to help it. All right, there we go. Oh. Nope. That's not gonna work. Okay. Hopefully this now... Yeah, this is gonna start spoiling soon. Oh, I really got this screwed up bad, didn't I? Okay, good. We're loading up an actual train with jerky now. And that should be able to flush some of this out. Yeah, because this is going to start... Yeah, in 15 minutes, these guts are all going to be turning into more jerky. So I need this whole thing flushed out and ready to go. Hey, there we go. It's figuring itself out now. Slowly but surely. Excellent. And then I've still got a bunch in my hands that we'll have to figure out. Okay, and then coming down here, yeah, that is looking fine. This should get another train assigned to it shortly, and we'll get more of the jerky sent up to this place, which will turn it into power, ultimately. There we go. The jerky power plant. The dream is alive. I built this thing so long ago that it sucked because I actually didn't have enough jerky to fuel it. But now I probably actually have too much jerky to fuel it. So that's gonna be an issue. But that's a problem for future Brandon. Why is this fluid ingredient shortage on molten salt? What are my thresholds for molten salt here? I might need to mess with this a little bit and get it to, like... Because, yeah, there's not enough molten salt. There's 0. Oh, but hot molten salt is full. That's right, okay. And that's because this... Yeah, isn't using the actual steam fast enough because I don't have the power demand. Okay. And that translates to a lack of available molten salt for the heaters. I understand. Well, understand might be a strong word, but... Okay, so we've got... What's going on here? We have some organic solvent. We don't have quite enough yet. But that's fine. That'll process on its own eventually. Yeah, that's coal to... Where did I put tar processing? I forget. Is that it? No. That it? Yes. Alright, so this is stopped right now because it is full of... anthracene. Which is fine because that is gonna get used in our rubber factory. Okay. Cool. So, as far as the inputs to rubber, I want to just double check here. Things that we have coke, we have titanium, we have organic solvent, we just made latex, we have anthracene, we have aromatics. So we have everything we need to make rubber. Let's get it, and this is going to be a tiny build. Like, this is stupidly small. But that's okay. This will actually scale, I mean up to, I guess, about a third more. It'll try to run at one a second when it can. These other things will be smaller components. Alright. Let's find a spot then. This is another one of those builds that's going to be mostly train station and very little actual, factory. Let these guys get this side connected up, just because it would be good to have the loop closed. We're doing a bunch of stuff at this end, and I want things to have... I want the trains to have multiple routes. I don't like how much I've got kind of hanging off of one half-finished path down there. All right. And then I guess rubber can pretty easily be done right here. Ugh, I can't believe I made this off grid. That's so embarrassing. There is a grid. Yeah, all of my my rail modules fit the same, or my main modules, like the straights, the corners, the T's, and the four ways. They all fit the same grid. The stations on the little side paths I'm a little more freeform with, but did I lose some of my bots or something? I did. There's 3 bots running amok. Well, there's 2 of them. There's the 3rd one, who appears to be waiting for... Not sure what he's waiting for. Alright, well, I fixed it. Okay, so we need 4 stations for rubber. Okay. And I am out of rails. I've been out of train signals for a while. So we're going to have to run up to the mall and pick up some of that stuff. And that will be definitely ready to do a... Oh, hey. Random signal. The organic solvent will definitely be ready by the time the rubber build is done, which is great. And then once rubber is done, we can... All of this was in service of getting glassware onto the rail base, which will be used for... Well, for science eventually, but for now, as a prereq for the Corlex. One of the 2 things that we're doing on Railbase. If we come back over here, we can look at what our inputs are. We'll need to feed this poor alien samples and logistic science packs, and then and cDNA, and apparently fish. And then the artificial blood and the fetal serum come from the rail base. And I will find a spot to make a station and pull that up and in, I guess. Not totally sure yet. We're out of trains again, because we're always out of trains. These guys are just fueling up. Yep. I should probably switch to blue inserters for the fuel, like, load and unload. But, whatever. Not the highest priority thing in the whole wide world to do. Okay. What else do we need? We need some more of these guys. We need maybe some more of these guys even. Oh, the bots are having a field day. My inventory is a little, lacking at the moment. But I think we've got everything we should need for this build. So my inclination to just go get it done. And to not hang around waiting for the bots to do anything. Yeah, let's just go get it done. I think I've got the rail that I need. Here, I can grab signals myself if I remember where I make them. Cool. Let's head all the way back down to, like, the opposite corner of the map where we've been building. Once we get this rubber build done, well, I'm going to have to go back up to the mall because I'm going to have to figure out what I need for glassware. Speaking of, is the rest of glass running again now that I've switched its fuel back? Yes, maybe, kind of. But also no, because we don't have hot air. Do we not have hot air because it's slow or because it's broken? Slow. Okay. That's fine. I don't mind if it's slow. I do need to well, one, I'm going to need to look at all these turds that I've been researching and figure out which ones I actually care about. We may as well in-queue cliff explosives. I think that's gonna be the last of the science that I can do now, though. We also will need to drop a couple of these. So yeah, rubber is once again going to be one of those builds that is a lot smaller than the train stations are going to take up all the space. So we need a solid drop-off, and we need a fluid drop-off. Oh, and Twitch is telling me that it is just about ad break o'clock. So I will let that ad run in a moment, and I will get myself some more water and stretch my legs. I recommend everyone else does the same thing during the ad break. Take care of yourselves and hydrate. And when we come back, we'll get this rubber build done. All right, welcome back. I'm just in the process of, there we go, organic solvent, getting the train stations for the rubber inputs figured out. We need aromatics and anthracene are the other two. All right. And then that was not what I wanted to do. There we go. So that will be the fluid input station. Okay. So as far as the actual build goes, I guess I go to the right, or I guess I do it. It doesn't really matter. Let's go back to YAFC and let's try to figure out, like, obviously rubber's at the top. We're gonna have to do. Oh, did I get a coal power plant? I don't remember. So we're gonna need to do the carbon black early. and the vacuum. And then the other side is the polybutadiene, which is from titanium and aromatics. All right, so that's kind of all over the place, which is, like, fine. We need very little titanium, so we'll take just a single one of those for titanium. Let's also down here make sure that I set these up. Aromatics, organic solvent, and anthracene. There we go. All right. So let's just work backwards and let's try to get, like, a reasonable looking build for this, and then I'll route all my inputs in at the end. Let's do that. So we're going to start with this heavy oil refinery, which makes rubber from organic solvent. Yeah. All right. So we've got organic solvent as an input on one side. That's fine. That is one of our plumbed in inputs. And then the other side, it wants polybutadiene. Polybutadiene comes from aromatics and titanium in a reformer? No. In a multi-purpose cracker. Oh, and apparently there's also... Oh, there's a steam output as well. Okay, so... Yeah. Every option here is kind of terrible. So we'll connect that there. Steam has to come out and then go to our cooling tower. And then the water from that can go to the outfall here. Both of these need heat as well. I should have some heat pipes somewhere. Yeah. And then all of that gets heated by a coal power plant. Don't like that there. I mean, let's just do it here. That's fine. It's not great, but it'll work. Let's get the water input hooked up over here somewhere. Here we will have our organic solvent input. Latex as an input to this is easy. We'll just do this here. Filtered for latex. This needs titanium. And that'll come in, like, right around the back of this here. And then the other input of this is going to be aromatics, which are one of our outputs right here. Why is there... Oh, no. Flush the contents. Don't care. If that was a byproduct that I, like, actually wanted to void, I would feel bad about doing that, but don't consider it cheating when it's more work. All right, and then this guy needs coke. Again, one is more than enough. Okay. So the last thing that we need is to feed in the carbon black, and that is from anthracene and... Okay. Anthracene and vacuum. So let's actually do this down like this. Because the carbon black is just made in a single reformer, which looks big and is big, but... Oh, and of course, anthracene and vacuum are fed in just like the most awkward conceivable way. We do that. This takes, yeah, just half a carbon black a second. So just a couple of those. I can grab a pressure pump here. Oh, and it is right in the right place for vacuum. And then this just needs the anthracene oil. Okay, so we're mostly waiting for outputs. Let's see, that can go up there. And this also needs an output. And we're going to have our two pickups, solid pickups. One for One for ash and one for the rubber itself. I'm so glad Twitch's anti-spam algorithms are working effectively this week. Oh, okay, that's fine. I haven't had to in a while, and just like yesterday and today, I've had a couple that have snuck through. And like, I really don't want to set my like Twitch anti-spam settings super aggressively, because I think it's stupid to make people, you know, give Twitch all their personal information. But it is definitely... Okay, so we just need trains to be able to make these deliveries, I think. Sorry. I'm trying to talk about bots and play the game at the same time, and it's not working. It's frustrating when things get through. I think Twitch could do more to deal with some of the spam accounts without needing all of the verification stuff. But Amazon would rather people just hand over their personal information, and I get that. Alright, well, I think this rubber build is correct. It just needs a couple more of the inputs to come through. We need the aromatics to roll through here. And we need the latex to roll through here. Latex is still accruing back here, so that'll run for a while. And then the rubber, the aromatics, I was just over here looking at this when I was talking about bots. We have plenty. It just has to decide that it actually wants to dispatch a train and do it. Which maybe it will, maybe it won't. Oh, look, there it is. It did it. There's aromatics. So this should be running then. Oh, it's not up to temperature yet. Once this gets itself up to temperature, it will start making the polybutadiene. Okay. That is organic solvent and rubber. So the next thing that we need is glassware. I've been doing all of the glass stuff, yeah, pretty much together over here. And I should be able to keep doing that. But also, I lied, and glassware is not the next step because we have one more prerequisite for glassware. Let's clean up some of this stuff. So looking at glassware... The recipe we want to use, yeah, has boron trioxide in it, as well as rubber stoppers from rubber. And if we set this to just like one of those, well, okay. That's an obnoxious ratio. We're certainly not going to have 10 of these things making rubber stoppers. I'm also not sure how much molten glass we actually make. That's a question. Because, like, assuming each of these runs full speed, I don't know if that is an assumption one can make, but assuming it is true, 75 glass a second. Okay. So if we scale ourselves for that, set fixed consumption. Okay, so that's like 2 of these and 7 factories making rubber stoppers. And also like twice as much rubber as we need. Okay. This is, these are all... yeah, so like 2 or 3 machines making the rubber stoppers. And then the rest will feed in here, but then we do still need to set up a boron trioxide factory. Which is... all of this. Okay. Oh, that's fine. Water pumping. So this is just a bunch of electrolyzers hooked up to... some borax. I already have borax being made, I hope. I should double check that my borax didn't break again. We clear this. We should be able to, like, play around with the ratios here. Of course. Why? Oh, Pyanodons, why are you like this? 45 to 12 to 28. We're not building that. That's stupid. I think this is probably fine. Well, we will need boron trioxide for optical sets as well at some point, and maybe some other things, so maybe we build it a little bigger. Alright. Sure, we'll do this one. Or actually, you know what? Let's set fixed ingredient consumption at half a belt of borax. How about that? So we'll build this. So that's 9 electrolyzers and 9 high-pressure furnaces. And a little bit of coke and some borax. And some hydrogen. All right. So we got to do this boron trioxide build, and then we can do the glassware build, which will also need a glassworks. Gazed into the face of Pyanodons and asked a simple question, why? But Pyanodons gave no reply. Yep. That's pretty much how it works. Pyanodons does not care for your desire for clean ratios. Pyanodons is here to make your life difficult. Alright, let's wander up to base. Let's grab everything we're going to need. We're going to need that glassworks. We're going to need a bunch of electrolyzers for the boron trioxide. And then hopefully the boron trioxide will be a pretty quick build. I am aware of XFret, yes. Ooh, why are you turned off? The fun mode mod? Oh god. No. I have some terrible things lined up as a kind of thank you. I'm waiting for my VODs channel on YouTube to hit 100 subscribers, which, by the way, everybody, it's at 99 subs, so you could be the person that makes me do this awful run. But I'm looking at Gleba, which is one of the planets from the expansion, which is the planet that introduces the spoilage mechanic, basically, with a mod that makes everything spoil, and a mod that makes, what was the other one? It was Gleba only, everything spoils, inverted quality. You can't be the person, you're already subbed. And I appreciate that, Grim. But yeah, it's an awful run. It's gonna be, like, literally bogged down in a swamp forever. Okay, what do I need for this build? I need 9 electrolyzers, 9 high-pressure furnaces, and a glassworks. Didn't even know there was a VODs channel. Yep. I should probably be. I might have 100 now, unless someone else unsubscribed. That happens sometimes. Let's find out. Let's go to YouTube Studio. 100 subscribers! Woohoo! Okay, we're waiting for electrolyzers, furnaces. I could probably gather some of the other stuff that the bots are bringing me, but I'll let them run. Down here, what are we waiting on? Are we just waiting on the latex at this point? We're just waiting on latex at this point, which is chugging along. Oh. Huh. Oh. $12 and a half, 12 and a half, 12 and a half, 2040, and this is, 37.5. Okay. So yeah, that's gonna be slightly... This is gonna stall every once in a while because this can't quite keep up. And that's okay. Because I think... I don't know, I scaled this for some amount of some things. That was the vaguest description of one of my builds I've ever made. I scaled this for some amount of something. I don't remember, and I already deleted the tab in YAFC, but I'm sure that there was some intentionality behind that ending up the way it did, so I'm not going to worry about it. And then, yeah, we've got our glassworks to make, well, the glassware itself. We'll have all these electrolyzers and high-pressure furnaces that I'm waiting for are for the boron trioxide. And then after that, we will need to look at a small build for fetal serum, which is fine because we already have guts. We should have lots of guts, in fact. Yep, we have lots of guts. And then we will also need to deal with... What else goes into the... Yeah, silver plate. And we should be making some silver plate on rails. I don't know if we're making enough. And I might need to hand feed some silver plate at the start. We have a little bit at this base, tucked in a chest here. Yeah, 600. And then wherever I'm doing ash processing, this one, we should be accumulating a few hundred. But it is a slow process for sure. Although actually, this is already... I'm impressed with how many this is made this quickly. We will eventually need to do, like, actual silver processing, but for now, I've been able to get away with just what I can get out of... just what I've been able to get out of ash processing, so... That's good, at least. Come on, bots. I need you to figure out these last two buildings so I can move on with my life. I guess I could make them myself. That's always an option. Is it an option? Maybe. Oh! Let's check on borax, by the way. Yeah. Cool. So adding the extra couple of, adding the extra washer and the extra electrolyzer finally got it all balanced. Not sure why, but it's working now, and that's what matters. How are bees doing? I should be checking on them more often. We're doing okay. We've got 7, 8, 9, plus whatever's on the belt, 10, 11, 12 queens? Do we have a 13th? 13 queens? That's unlucky. But that is good to see, because what I might want to take, because apparently it is just the best one for the bees is intentional colony collapse. Which dramatic increase in hydrocarbon concentrations. So they all end up needing, yeah, nitrogen contaminant. Oh, good. But the used comb produces way more wax. Wax to lubricant is way better, and Arcod honey is significantly... Wow! I understand why people think Colony Collapse is the best bee upgrade. That's huge. All right, so we've got a few of these that I haven't actually chosen that we've researched. Creature chamber upgrade, neural. Oh, what do these all do? Ah, I see. So it looks like it gives me a chance of returning my DNA samples. But it increases energy cost. Yeah, thank you so much, Kellen. I appreciate you going out of your way to make that happen. It is a great milestone. Still nowhere near YouTube monetization thresholds, but that's okay. One thing at a time. I don't know if this is worth it, because the creature chamber also gets more. Yeah, here we go. Energy consumption plus 300%. So I don't know if I like that one. You should get a YouTube going. Twitch doesn't hold on to VODs for all that long. Redesign the creature chamber for the Arthurian. You took the third one? Planetary adaptation? Oh, worker creatures. Use additional DNA samples in order to make them more efficient. Ooh. None of them are particularly stand out. Fair enough. Redesign the creature chamber. What does this one do? Speeding up. These are both crafting speed 1. I'm trying to see what's actually different. Oh, they need the Arthurian Codex to make. I see. Energy consumption plus 1,000%. Speed plus 1,000%. Okay. That's a choice. Yeah, none of these are particularly standout. You're absolutely right, Grim. Fish, there might be a good one. I don't know. I should think about this as I'm going to build my fish build, because we're going to have to do fish on rails eventually. Fishes didn't pass will be automatically thrown into biomass and reused as supplemental food. Oh. Yeah. Automatic fish food. One less fish, but one more fish food. And fish food is a pain in hard mode, by the way. Yeah, fish hydrolysate, meh. And then reduced waste and improve fish life quality. Makes fish oil. Oh, and a little bit of fish hydrolysate for the tier 2. Okay. Yeah, so that gives all the eggs byproducts. Yeah, I feel like... I remember thinking about internal bioreactor because being able to turn refined natural gas back into natural gas is nice in hard mode. But it feels like a trap. Chlorinated water. Oh, that's 50% more moss for some plastic, chlorine, and water? That's huge. That seems potentially very worth it. Although the thing with moss is that, like, its inputs aren't that expensive. It's just, it's expensive in area, right? Every time you have to do a moss build. But that could be nice. Coarse substrate revitalization. It returns a little bit of extra coarse fraction. I don't think I want that. High density culture. Oh, gets rid of... I mean, that's also not a big deal. Like, muddy sludge is not... Muddy sludge is 0 input, right? So spore sterilization seems like the path forward, but that's gonna break all of my moss. Right? When the recipe changes. So, I don't know. Something to think about. And then Vrox. I mean... Is this useful? I feel like this is only useful if I find other things that produce extra cyanic acid. Because right now making ammonia is easy. Getting rid of water barrels is, I mean, whatever. Again, it's not that big of a deal. Yeah, none of these seem fantastic. None of the Vrock upgrades jump out at me as, like, must-takes. Honestly, none of most of these jump out at me as must-takes. Which is why I haven't taken any of them yet. The fish food one looks pretty nice, but... Okay, let's head down to Glass, and let's get ourselves set up for the glassware manufacturing, and then we'll go ahead and build the boric acid build. So, yeah, solid pickup. And on the other side, solid drop-off. On the drop-off, what are we requesting here? We're going to be requesting boron trioxide, and rubber. All right, the rubber will feed... Yeah, 3 automated factories. Oh boy. But it's very little rubber with 3 of them. It's like 0.6 a second. So, rubber. into the automated factories. 1, 2, 3. Each of which is gonna make stoppers. And then output that. And then over here, we're also going to have a couple of these guys that are going to be for the boron trioxide. That will come right up here, underneath. So that's going to contain stoppers on one side and the boron trioxide on the other. And we'll need to come right over here to another Glassworks. Making, there we go, glassware. Actually, what I want to do here probably is like that. So this is going to pull in several items a second, actually. So we're going to do this. And then we're going to output just about 2 a second. That will come right down into here. Cool. That'll be glassware pretty much as soon as, well, the rubber stoppers and the boron trioxide, but also I need to figure out why is my hot air still being such a problem? Because, like, that's a problem. This all looks like it's running as fast as it can. And hot air is just not keeping up, is it? Which probably means we're using a lot of it over here right now. Eh? I mean, sure. But not really. Oh, it gets used here too, but again, not that much. I mean, this uses some molten salt hot air setup helps a ton. Yeah, I need to supplement my hot air for sure. I way overbuilt this early on, and obviously I'm trying to make it work for as long as possible. But it does need some, it needs to be replaced or augmented. Well, that might be a problem as far as us getting to the next steps of things, but For now, we're going to press forward. This will request rubber when it can, which is, of course, waiting on latex, getting fed over to the rubber build. Another train full of blood, which I assume is making a delivery up here. Wherever that is, that it drops it off. Yep. Actually, no. It shouldn't be making a delivery here. Which means that it must be making it to... wherever the artificial blood build is. I've lost it. Here? Yeah. And this is just still chugging along. We have made 28,000 artificial blood so far. All right. Okay, so I think we got to do the boron trioxide. That's what needs to happen now. So I need to find a little spot and get that set up. That'll be 3 stations. Do I have a spot where I could sneak it in, where, like, I've got spare capacity, like, right here? Yeah, let's do it, like, right on the side here. Because that nickel ore pickup is going to be a fairly low volume, station. And then once we get boron trioxide done, I mean, this is ultimately the goal, is to have this be constructible. So we can go ahead and, like I said, I'll probably end up hand feeding the silver initially because, where is it? Not that one. Come on, Brandon. You can do it. Where did I do... Oh, right. I did it all the way up here. Yeah. Silver plate, we might have to hand deliver just because we're going to have so little silver initially that, like, waiting for a whole train load is... like a baby bird that eats silver. Exactly. Although, wouldn't a baby bird be more like mouth feeding? I don't know how I feel about those words coming out of my mouth in that order. Yeah, we don't really have enough silver for an actual initial shipment to happen, so I will have to manually deliver it. All right. So, it's a good night for a strange... It's always a good night for a strange turn of phrase, in my opinion. We need borax, and we need coke. Eh? Oh, I don't have blue inserters. Well, that's a problem. Lost my game. I alt-tabbed weirdly. Where is it? There we go. I'll have to come back for rebuilding this with enough blue inserters in a minute, but borax comes out, and we're gonna have a fluid delivery station here. And this is just the one for once. It is actually just a single station. Ooh, and I'm out of combinators. All right. So the borax and the hydrogen go through 6 electrolyzers to make diborane. And then that goes through 2 more electrolyzers. Which is going to make boric acid. Do we have water anywhere near here? Water. And then we'll have to hook up the hydrogen. Okay. And the actual boron trioxide comes in through here. How much goes into each of these? 1.4. All right. And then this needs to be connected through. And then the boric acid goes into 9 furnaces alongside the coke. Okay. So that's just like 3 coke a second, which we can do here. Oh, and Twitch is telling me that it is ad o'clock, so we're going to let the ad run. We'll finish this build when we return. And that'll also give some time for the base to buffer some of the things that we've done the builds for so far. But I'll see everybody in just about 3 minutes, and that will be our hourly ad break. And then, yeah, we'll get some of this stuff wrapped up. See everybody soon. Alrighty, thanks for sticking around through the ad break, everybody. It is always appreciated. Let's get... How do I want to do this? I think what we're gonna do... something like this, and then route this down. And then same with this, is we're gonna go like up and over. And then we're gonna have our... There we go. Boric acid in the top, and then... Oh. Cool. Yep, that's kind of right in my way. You know what? We can go this way, can't we? Because our output is going to be all the way down here anyway. So we may as well just, like... There we go. And each of these pulls in, okay, only a third. And that. Yeah, of course. Thanks for coming in. I'll see you next time. This isn't going to work anywhere, is it? Nope. It's just not going to work. That's okay. We'll hook it up there. And then the output of this is going to be... there. But yeah, we don't have these. This won't even issue its requests until I get these Cybersyn combinators built. So we're gonna have to get that done, run up to base, and grab what we need for that. But solid pickup station here. This output feeds down in. There we go. That is boric acid. Did I even put that in here? No. All right. So yeah, I think we just need to go, we need a bunch of blue inserters and a few other bits and bobs so that these stations will finish getting built. And then we should be in an okay place. If we check on latex, hey, we've had a latex delivery, which means that rubber should be, yeah. Rubber's running. And this recipe is, let's see, 2 latex to 4 rubber, so it's 2 to 1, which means that we'll definitely, even though we have to buffer here, we'll still have enough rubber coming through to make an actual rubber delivery when the time comes. And then think that's the only thing we're waiting for. Well, the other thing we're waiting for with Glassware is just hot air being screwy. Oh no, we got some hot air. Okay, good. Good. That is good to see. That won't last long, but hey. Oh. Well, it definitely won't last long because this has been turned off. Eh? Oh, shoot. Well, look at that. This cyanic acid is... What does this need? This needs... rare earth ores. Okay, it should be able to get those. We have rare earths, right? No. Because we don't have naphtha. And we don't have naphtha because... Why? Because right now we only get it from natural gas. And we aren't going through a lot of natural gas right now. I mean, the bees are running, but not as quickly as one might like them to. Because yeah, we're only doing queen rolling right now. We're not doing anything with the actual bees themselves as outputs. Which we will have to do eventually. We'll be spitting out bees and using them. We want the Arcod venom. But in the short term, we're gonna have to... Yeah, we're just not using that much natural gas. So I either need to get another source of naphtha, or I need to find a use for natural gas. Yeah, and I should be able to make high distillates from bitumen. Yeah. So this might be what we have to do. And this would also solve our bitumen problem. Is doing that processing. But that processing is complicated, and we're certainly not starting it right now. So let's put this as a new task. We'll save that for next week. What do I need? I need blue inserters. And what else was missing for that build down there? Besides the blue inserters. Oh, right. I needed to be able to make more Cybersyn combinators, and that's just copper plates. Excellent. This is just rolling, right? We don't see anything. Yeah. Nothing slowing down. Cool. I think that things are mostly working, which is a little wild and unexpected in this base at all times, but I'll still take it. So let's go down. We're going to finish up this boron trioxide build. Wow, this is actually just backed up on... Beautiful. I'm okay if we're backed up on borax. We'll need to think about getting this recombobulated to its outputs soon. We need 3 more stations, actually, for the Archods. I guess I could just pull this down. We've got the space to do a few more stations here, no problem. But if we look in this trash chest, we're going to have ash and coke as potential byproducts. And then we're also going to have the bees themselves, which we're going to need, again, to have available for animal processing. Yeah, until we get naphtha fixed, that cyanic acid train is just going to be stuck. I don't think there's a lot I can do about it, unfortunately. Just because it is... still... I mean, I could put another tank in, I guess, that would try to drain it. All right. That should get our requests in here. And here. And this one as well should be, yeah. So all of these should have requests issued. Hopefully that will turn itself on pretty quickly. Yeah, we've got plenty of petri dishes. We've got... Yeah, there's plenty of cobalt extract in here for us to make plenty of artificial blood, so I'm not worried about that. Although I am worried that we're not currently making blood. Is that just 'cause... Alright, nope, it's fine. We're doing fine. We're just caught up on things. We're gonna run out of room for bones very soon. I do need to add that to my to-do list. Bone management. Pretty much now, we're just waiting for trains to, yeah, here we go, get issued. There we go. Oh, ah, ah. And this is why we always try to be around when we turn something on. All right, and there's the hydrogen. Excellent. Oh, we got, that was our, like, second or third hydrogen delivery, actually. Which means we're going to be turning on boric acid. Excellent. And then, yeah, these are all going to be, like, full up on boric acid, and we're just waiting for coke now. Which, like, there should be coke available somewhere. This system is not running because we're full on anthracene. Okay. Sure. Then it should be able to at least pull it from, like, the main base. Yeah. Okay, yeah, we got a train full of coke coming soon. But apparently, we have been emptying this pretty significantly quickly. Right. Oh, that's why I was thinking about turning this off, right? Because we now have the coke to tar wherever I put that. Up here. And this will happily just keep sucking coke out of the rail base, or out of the, sorry, out of the belt base into the rail base, and turning it into coal gas and syngas and tar. And we don't necessarily need it to be doing that right now. But cool. We have coke coming in, and that means that we should get... Whoops. There we go. Boron trioxide coming out. And then we're actually going to need a second train full of coke pretty quickly. Because this is only 1-to-1, and we need 2 before... Because we'll have to buffer some of the boron trioxide on the belt here, we'll need a second delivery of coke before this can actually do its thing. Before we can make a delivery to Glass. I mean, wherever that is, up here. Rubber, on the other hand, should be ready soon. It's just still moving along slowly, doing its thing. All right. Well, I'm going to consider that a decent stopping point. Not what I had intended to do today. The getting glassware set up was kind of a side quest, but it is done. And now we don't have to set it up again. So, there we go. So yeah, thanks again, everybody who tunes in, and thanks to everyone who watches on YouTube. You're all very appreciated. I will, I guess, have to find a time for that 100 subscriber thing that I have been threatening to do for a while. And I will post about that in on my Blue Sky, in my Discord, YouTube community post, and I will also, in next week's streams, once I figure out when I'm going to do that, I'll get it all sorted, and I'll let everyone know what the schedule is for that horrible, horrible run. So yeah, when otherwise next Tuesday is Pi as normal. Tuesday, Wednesday, Thursday will be the normal scheduled days. I'm not going to interrupt any of that for the celebratory pain. Yeah, thanks again, everybody, and I will I'll see y'all on Tuesday.